Ah, I've just put in the sorry. I put the key that was in the doc. I'm really sorry, thank you. Thanks.
Maybe copy and paste it again.
Yeah. Well, it's all very exciting, isn't it? I feel like it's all very hot. It's all very hot off the press.
Let's close some of these other software as well. Just probably good to like close Rhino and stuff. Okay, you're on.
Oh, got it. Oh shit, we should turn it off because people are looking. Fuck. Sorry, I accidentally streamed myself saying that it wasn't working. Whatever coolness has to do with dignity, and whatever dignity has to do with work, is made a mess of in this situation. Dry end of sunset. The light is coming off us and the night is in the way we wear it. As a joke, our adolescence. There's a coolness. The sky is where it happens when day turns into night. None of it is yet. Low, on the edge of things. The dregs of daylight is shine as stubble, pressed. Kind of black, kind of orange. Drawn both ways like small flames. Some find small shame of small importance of a ginger kid's roots coming through on a dyed black mullet with a t-shirt on. The rust-coloured rub on fake silver studs on a teenager's belt, guitar strap. This is the sky, leaning really both ways. Dusk, as you recall it, having more to do with colour than with light. Almost completely dark. By turns kind of lovely, though reeking helplessly of a problem yet unsolved. My own gut furls. Fear-like feelings muscle and worm and make my heart beat, all reddish and not yet. There's a specific feeling got from panic that's building, which isn't quite yours, but which hasn't yet been owned by anyone, though it will have to be, and which is looming awfully close to you, is following you around. Something about it has something to do with flirtation in a tiring way. In terms of knowing, but also still not knowing at all exactly what's going to happen. We know well enough. We know, actually, beyond all doubt what's going to happen, how this is going to play out. But there's a way that quite absolutely you have to shy away from that knowing, at least for now. We don't talk to each other very much. And of course, there's always a lot you don't know. We're all spread out across the site doing what we can. It's obvious, at least, that we are not going home right now and things aren't looking good. The work is nowhere near done. There is a great deal we cannot for certain say. Though we do this almost every day, we are not employees of the company we're here working for. We are self-employed. Which is the first of several insults knife-edged grey to silver as a joke, which doesn't come to much except that there's a way that the arrangement of things is obscured between us, between each of us and the work we're doing, contractually. It is unclear what it is that we owe and to whom, which obscurity is not easily cut through. Employment that is casual, worn casually as all dignity, styled as a steady graze, a shrug. This is something that happens often. Day turns into night. We don't go home because the work is not done. This is the nature of this kind of day, the trouble of its ending. We are all in a place outside. It doesn't really matter where because we are always in different places, and what the place is and what it's like doesn't really account for where we are and what is going on and what we are like working. It's casual. In general, it's whatever, it doesn't matter. We're at work, outside, with high-vis jackets on in some kind of a public place where there is less and less anybody else. Things have somehow gotten the better of us. Night now, and we've not been able to complete the work that, according to the plan which we are following, which was made without us and which includes us but not by name, should have been finished several hours ago. We get from wherever coffee and in cans energy drinks, the flavours of which are coded by colour and not by fruit. The sky doing all it can, eyes where they need to be. There is no manager. We are self-employed. We manage ourselves, split at the ears with long necks craned and steady hawkers breathing, walking around. When it's not clear what to do, you just keep moving. Tools and whatever hung from our hips. Everyone and everything, if nothing else, turned up. There is a desire to work and the motivation to keep going, but then there is also the question of how, by what means, to what end, with what else and requiring what from whom, when, for how long, and how. There's a tension. The condition of this first of many contradictions is that our employment is precarious. Though you wear a uniform, you've come here as yourself. There is a hold that the work has on you, because it's the work that you do all the time and it's your job, but the hold is grooved one way. It's you that has to do the holding. Contractually, any day once done is potentially your last. You wouldn't even need to be let go, as in fired, if you did something wrong or whatever, because your presence in this employment's grasp has already accounted for the possibility of your being muted without needing you gone. In theory, anyone could do what you're doing, though who knows if that theory, if pushed to the extreme, would actually hold. You hold yourself, your neck long, doing your looking and your walking around. No one ever gets fired, they just disappear, or just appear gradually less and less. Out of politeness, we don't always ask when we'll see each other next. We do know each other, just not all of us. What the work is doesn't really matter. The only imperative that is constant is not to stop until everything is done, and we manage ourselves. There's an inside-outside thing from the get-go, which has something to do with the work not mattering much, which is, like all things that don't matter, hard to explain. The question is, what are we doing? But it's hard to answer. What is here? A few of us. Sometimes as many as 20 or more. And the stuff we're handling, trying to sort out. Whatever. All of it about to fold into darkness, and the better for it, really, because it's basically all crap and looks pretty awful and looks like shit. Is brightly coloured. Cheap, disposable stuff that ostensibly is, I guess, the object of all this effort and has already been paid for. Is that with which we are tasked. We are here in high vis, ferrying around and assembling all this stuff on behalf of the company that's going to pay us, whose logo is stitched above a slogan on our t-shirts and fleece. Tools and lanyards swinging from our hips, phones loose with change and gum and keychains in pockets, everybody walking around. We don't talk much to each other. We're doing all our working and our walking around. What we're actually doing is whatever. We're ferrying around and assembling a bunch of stuff. The stuff, which is what is here and what it is our job to handle, is brightly coloured, plastic and unlovely. It has, not without attention, a fluorescence. There's a way that it's crass, kitsch, in all that garish brightness. Its fluorescence is shy, like a child actor. Tacky and dim, not that good, maybe even morally bad. At the very least, obviously wasteful, in the kind of tropish sense of plastic and disposability and high contrast coloration, and anything that has too much its heart on its sleeve. Not things that look cheap, things that are cheap. Stuff that no one could personally own to ever having wanted, but which is embarrassing and kind of taboo because how are you supposed to account for desires you don't remember expressing, but which have summoned from somewhere all this stuff which nobody could with dignity claim, but which you also can't live without, and which is all day, most days, where you are. It's just whatever, it's all kinds of shit. I mean, whatever, it's just a job, though obviously it's also your job. There are reasons why it's a little bit embarrassing to even talk about stuff like this without a little bit of what irony provides, which is distance. Because of whatever, it does and does not matter. The job could basically be whatever, but what it actually is to install a load of branding for an event and then take it all down, sometimes just a few hours later, sometimes a few days. So like making all these weird crude structures in a rush out of timber and cladding them with printed PVC branding in various shapes and sizes. Putting together disposable plastic things, whatever. For a concert at a football stadium, for a half marathon in a city, for a sports event, wherever. What it actually looks like doesn't really matter because it changes. It's hard to describe what it's like and what it's for and why we're doing it without getting distracted by things outside of it, which in theory kind of have nothing to do with us. We're just here to put the stuff together, to lay it out as described by a plan which was made in advance and which is in principle so exhaustive of all possibilities and all ways that things could happen that it has in theory nothing to do with us. Two things can be true at the same time. This is just a job. It is the job that you have. Because of whatever, because of how you get a job. The plan has been made exhaustively, such that almost everything has been thought of and anticipated and handled and done in advance, such that there's almost nothing left for us to do when we come in, meaning that our job is simple and anyone could do it. Meaning that you could be anyone. Meaning that it doesn't matter who you are. This implication, which is self-evident, gets bound up with, but is probably not preceded by its evil twin, which is that if it doesn't matter who you are, and you could be anyone, because anyone could do it, then you could be anywhere, and it doesn't matter. If it doesn't matter where you are, it doesn't matter what it's like or what you're doing. It doesn't matter. You could do it with your eyes closed. This kind of job is easy enough to get. All that's left to do in this situation is what a plan cannot do, which is just be there and move. This is what the day consists of. And in it there's an insult. All this stuff is kind of monstrous in a way, benign and also not. The way in which all these things that are monstrous is not really any different to the way in which anything is monstrous, which is not really to do with itself or what it's like, but to do with something wrong in some kind of arrangement, when things are in relation to each other in a way that's fucked up. As in, poison is only monstrous if there's a chance you might have swallowed it, a nettle if you mistake it for a leaf. Someone who can't love you is only monstrous when you love them. Monstrosity is all in the lineup, the organisation of things. The cheap and bad and brightly coloured shit which in large quantities clutters our working days is monstrous, not because it's not in its own way useful and kind of okay, but because we have to work hard in the midst of it and on it and around it, and it doesn't matter, but we do. Because of the way in which what you do is wrapped up with what you're like, how deep seeped into identity is work. What you do, you end up covered in. We all come out of our making a living and our living marked in some way, warped and changed. In a big way, this has to do with colour. Thus the monstrosity in this stuff that doesn't matter, which is necessarily shit, which I'm saying is shit, which we call shit, in the midst of which we spend almost all of our time, which we deride. Coolness, a little bit of irony, not caring too much, wearing your employment like a cat backwards, styled low, very gently as a joke, casually is a way to maybe come out clean from the chromatic intensity of cheap and useless things and the insistence we can't ourselves negate that what we're doing doesn't matter. Which insistence comes from both within and from without. It's both internal and external, but on crucially different terms, which makes a difference. And how cheaply our time and how much of it has been bought. In terms of money, but more in terms of everything else. Which would be better said, how expensive it is for us to make our living in this way. Because you do it all the time. You do it more than you do anything else. We're working all the time. We're working for weeks at a time without stopping by the day. There's a way that you have to wear it, if it's shit and you're always in it. Small contempt, whatever small scorn, a very slender refusal amounting to a coolness, a holding back. A little bit of distance to set oneself apart. It is and isn't even a choice. It's to do with dignity, which is what here largely is at stake. It's both obvious and not, but it's made a mess of in this situation, which is a contradiction, and which goes necessarily, by necessity but also by design, unaccounted for. Dignity is what is at stake when it's 9, 8, 10 at night o'clock, and 12, 13, whatever hours into a workday, now thusly darkening, becoming dark, is late, and there's an obvious imperative to be heeded by us all that we keep going, though there's no one around to actually give it voice. And this imperative, which goes in dusk unvoiced, is that you do not go home, that you stay and drink a cup of coffee and explain if you need to your friends or family or whoever that you don't know what time you'll be back, but they shouldn't wait up, that maybe, yeah, you're going to be here all night. This is at the shorn edge of daylight's going down, at work, explaining what you need to explain over the phone, typing or talking while you're walking around. Where are we? We're at work, we're outside, in what is called but is rarely a public park. And the sun is going down and we are not going home. Bleach or jagged scissors taken to a uniform's black cloth in earnest, as best you can muster out of spite. This is the hem of daylight at its furthest stretch, and what, when it happens, is marked by its recess, is a change in how things are, in what we're doing here and how. Less and less to describe, less and less is visible. There's a feeling, as less and less there's anything else, walking around, because first and foremost we're becoming tired. Because obviously there ought to be a fuck you. Because obviously it's deeply an insult. We're not getting paid overtime. It's an insult to be asked what we know we're being asked, which is to exhaust ourselves in service of something which, the whole point is, doesn't fucking matter. And by all accounts isn't actually happening. Goes and will go unaccounted for. It's embarrassing to take seriously a joke. There's no irony in exhaustion. You have to keep your cool. There's a coolness, but then there's all these problems all unsolved, and there's no one else around, and so something has to give. We are compelled to adjust. This is all in the turning of day into night, and what happens and how and what it's like. We do the above. We foreclose thoughts of going home and commit to stay until the work undone is done. To do this, certain concessions have to be made, or rather, in doing this, a person is making several concessions. You concede to do too much, having had too much asked of you, though it's not clear who's asking. This is a concession. In absence of a manager to give voice to what is being asked, you ask it of yourself, being, as we are, self-employed, compelled and invited to self-manage. And you are obviously asking way too much, which is part of it, which asks for more. Again, there's a concession that has to be made, and which is, in your sticking around, though you have little choice, made. This is another question together with its answer in a knot up at the back of your mouth, where wind blows as though it were your own. It is the manager's question, anthem and taunt, which is what does anybody want? By what is anybody motivated? By what moved? It has to do with caring, with giving a fuck, that you're going to have to. In staying, which we all do, you concede again to find a way to make it matter. You need to care, which concession is, from a manager's perspective, by turns your own perspective, long overdue, thus points the finger of blame self-ways as an added imperative. This is you being asked way too much, giving something up. The response stays your tongue like the ball of a bell that won't ring because its emergency is a tolling you're meant to swallow, which is to say that all this goes unspoken. We don't talk to each other. The reason why you were compelled at this stage to decide that this stuff matters, why you need to give a fuck and own what you have by necessity disowned, is that if it doesn't matter, if it's a load of shit and meaningless, then you are in this situation being made deeply a fool of. This and a great deal more is in this situation at stake. And so and here we are. There's a complicated rearrangement taking place. There's a give and take. There's a doubling back for the doubly estranged. Each of us to a person. What all that coolness amounts to is a holding back. What it amounts to is a refusal, having been refused. If coolness comes down to detachment and also to not caring or not caring too much, it has to do with inclusion and with exclusion, internment and expulsion and release. Having been refused by the forms which all other forms assume are meant to hold you, you hold yourself, included in a workforce, in an industry, in labour's dish, on the condition of an invitation to self-exclude, holding yourself at the edge of a thing that you are not at liberty to refuse, like a changeling or a maid. Being in your uniform self-employed and paying for your sickness, your relief. Being not in a position to ask for things, because of how obviously you have so much to lose. You end up working all the time. Coolness is the way you wear it, and it's maybe always, but in this situation it's definitely a double bind. It's balm, but it's not a solution. There's a way that in coolness a person is bound, wrapped and lined, because the whole point of being cool, of playing it cool in what you're doing, how you are, is that you're making it clear to the world that maybe you don't care. You don't give a fuck, or at least you don't care too much. You don't give all your fucks. You are not effective and it's cool, you're fine. Thusly ensuring yourself in so doing against the possibility that you are unwanted, worse, not even needed, with the motive adjacent and or ulterior as substrate that this will make you wanted, or maybe not even. Which is to say that it has to do with inclusion and exclusion, withholding, release, and by necessity, the whole point, a lot that goes unspoken. A public institution like a contract, let alone a union, two things we do not have. Its role is to mediate between strangers, to form as in to arrange, to organise, style, some sort of workable entity that contains within it lots of people and all the things they want and need. In the absence of any such medium, coolness clothes us in as minimum a mediating surface that is ours to tend and below or inside which we are left to our own devices. Mediation is a grip, is a bed. In precarity a person is slip. So look, thus is the day for which almost every day we are paid. Long, so styled, such that where we are and what we're doing, though eventually it's going to have to, doesn't matter. But it goes without saying that it's chaos and it doesn't work for anyone. Chaos more than panic is the mood when it's so late in the eve of a deadline and the work is not done and maybe it won't be, and between us there is by default some fault. Because it does actually have to happen and it's only us who's here. Putting up all these signs and assembling all these prefab plastic things, whatever. Almost certainly you'd lose work if you left and no one else did, even though in this precarious contract setup there's no getting fired, really. There's a tension. We're all here as ourselves and are at stake. All of us in our livery of mucus cool, all without an automotive that smooths our expulsion from the grasp of that which will not have us and which we refuse. It's a refusal that is two-way. We refuse and we are refused, though it's probably true that the latter precedes the former. It goes without saying that it's inefficient the way things are. There's a rearrangement that's going to have to take place, given how plainly now has something got to give. But if it's going to have to happen at least in darkness, because of what might otherwise be intimated in our cowed consent, and because of what's at stake and how tired we must by now surely deeply be. Because of what we would give away, we would concede. Not a single person goes at 9 o'clock home, wrapped in shades of cool blue, violet, grey. There's however many of us here are moving around. Wind laying on you as drag in flight. As clothing can be, a disavowal and a referral, a wave. your hair lifted slightly from your head and behind you as though by water, your expression serious but tilted elsewhere. Walking around, eyes on what you're tending to. Whatever it is we have to do, carrying things across the site, putting them together, fixing things we fucked up we'll do again. Shades of cool blue, violet, grey, sub-candle curve of a waning spectrum now dips slantways as a visor worn in service after dark, as in like a middle fingernail, like a cocked hip. And yet, and so it follows, at 9, 10, whatever at night o'clock, irony is drying out. All that's cool about us has to reckon with all that's afraid. Constant escape is uneasy, it delivers unease. There's no irony in exhaustion, no distance, not even shape and barely even colour. Consider our situation. We've tried. We've been trying, but that's not enough. What are you supposed to say at this stage? With your contact lenses drying out, with your muscles in an easy job now starting dimly to ache. It's way too much. It's becoming what we need it not to, which is obvious. No one else is here, and basic stuff, just hungry, just kind of bored and annoyed. There's not really a choice to be made. You already consented when you took the day's work to stay, because of how a day ends. Being tired is a pretty public feeling, if it's even a feeling. You can't style that out and you're not going to get the chance, because whatever this is, it's at least in part an act of devotion, and whatever truth that amounts to does away entirely with any even partial escape that is made available in claiming that you don't care and that it doesn't matter.
Hello, this is Bryony. I'm going to do a reading from Hello, this is Bryony. I'm going to do a reading from part of an essay and story called If Calves Do Cry. Thank you for having me. Thank you to George and Quarantunes. I have a copy of a local newspaper on my desk, dated Friday 13th of October 2000. The Flood Special. The front cover image shows a young woman with short dark hair in navy overalls being positioned into a harness. She dangles, holding onto a rope, her boots hovering just above the domed head of a cow. An emergency service person, also harnessed, also dangling, is just above her and holds her hand and is speaking to her. A man, and it is her husband, stands on the ground in the water between the cows, beneath her, and he is touching her upper legs, which are above his head, as though he is the one lifting her up. Pressed between her body and the emergency service person is a yellow sack, and in the yellow sack is her sheepdog, who can't be seen but is there. This is the moment fixed in the image, of the two levitating bodies, the saviour and the saved woman, the moment before they are lifted up and away, the moment before the touch between the husband's hands and the wife's body is broken. Where his body is positioned in this moment between his cows and his wife. He stands amidst the cows, in the water, on the ground, but he reaches up to her. He is positioned in action as husband to his cows and to his wife. The moment where an unbroken linkage connects the rescue wire to the yellow helmet of the rescuer, who connects to the hand of the woman, who connects to the hands of the husband, who connects to the backs of the cows, who connect to the water at their waists. It is not so many moments before all the people will be raised up and away, and the transcendent verticality of the scene will be entirely gone, leaving only the horizontal flatness of the water's surface, running perfectly parallel to the horizontal lines of the cows' spines. There had been more rain that autumn in the southeast of England than there had been for 100 years, and two rivers, the Ouse and the Uck, burst onto the already saturated chalk-soiled fields. The water accumulated over days, the runoff from the hills, with nowhere to drain to. The ground became mud, and the hooves of the cows and sheep who grazed the floodplains sunk and sucked holes with every step. Swans appeared and swam between them. The animals shouted loudly through the night, and the sound echoed around the valley and through the windows of the houses. It slipped into the ears of our lodger Rose, who was dreaming about the horses outside in the field. She had only recently moved in, and she didn't know horses, but she had been entrusted with them by a neighbour, who had had to leave suddenly and go far away, and maybe never come back, and who had left her with a blank cheque in exchange for a promise of care. The cries of the cold cows became, in Rose's mind, cries of the horses, and she dreamt that they were drowning in a field of water. It was a full moon, and its gravitational pull sent in the middle of the night a great mass of water up the tidal river. When the sun rose in the morning, the moon's tide had made the plains lakes. School was closed, and my brother and sister and I played in the water on the roads in the morning, kicking up lines of spray with our scooters and bikes. The landscape was shining and dissolving. It felt full of energy and power. It was eating and deleting itself. The river was ugly. There was a difference to the sound quality, a low resonance, a gentle hum that disguised and muffled what. But things shifted as we played. A change in light, a drop in temperature. The ugliness of the river becoming more present, more threatening. We moved back to our side of the bridge and walked up the steep hillside and saw, down in the floodwater, strange islands made of sheep. The soft scape of sounds came into focus, and we could match a distinct cry to a place and a body and a condition. And although the process was too slow to see, we became aware that the islands of sheep were shrinking. Another strange island had been seen out in the water from the top of the hill. The figures were almost indistinguishable from one another, just two dark silhouettes on a lump, surrounded by a mass of red-brown cows, surrounded by a greater mass of creamy brown water. Crouched on their island, the farmers were too far away for us to communicate with, but they could see us too, a small crowd watching. And they did correctly sense a malice in the way they were watched. It was a malice that had accumulated over the years and lingered in my mind always in the landscape. I thought that we were all thinking that they were bad, that she was bad and he complicit. How normally they would chase us off this field, but couldn't then, because the field was the edge of a lake, and the lake could engulf the boundaries, and they were in the lake. I thought of her like a spectre that haunted the landscape, as though she were always watching and might appear anywhere. Defined by roaming, constantly moving, but restricted to the bounds of her territory. Always potentially present, but never close. Close enough for her to shout or shoot, but never to talk or touch. And her roaming was not benign, for she was always in pursuit, and angry, and wielding the threat of an artillery of dogs and guns. But the way we watched changed. Minutes, then hours went by. We are still up here, and they are down there still. They had been called by the Met in the morning and warned to get their animals off the island. They had walked with their dogs along the raised ridge of the old railway track which followed the curve of the river until they reached their sheep. They began to herd them, but there came a wave of water as the levees broke, and it swept around them, and the wool coats of the sheep filled like sponges. Their legs couldn't anchor them, and the sheep were all floated away. The farmers, the dogs, and the sheep were unseen by anyone then but each other. The farmers, who were husband and wife, with their children at home, were stood waist high in water, which had suddenly changed, watching each of their sheep sink. One of the dogs leapt after the sheep. They were, after all, the dog's responsibility, the meaning of much of its life's work. But the dog couldn't swim against the current, and the farmers jumped in after it and pulled it back from the fast water. They turned then to their cows, bigger and stronger, and not made of wool. They waded with the animals around the island until they reached the ruins of the railway bridge, which stuck out of the water. From there the distance to the ploughed field on the other side of the water was closest, and from there they tried to convince the herd to swim, as they knew that their cows, if necessary, could be capable swimmers. The herd was of Sussex beef cows and their calves, and they were muscular and strong, and they were not insured against flooding. But the cows refused. They had probably never had the opportunity to refuse so significantly before, even as individuals or as a many-generationed herd. So the farmers and the dogs climbed up onto the wall, and the cows and the calves stood in the water surrounding them, and a rabbit struggling to swim in circles was scooped out and placed at the top of the wall, and the farmers shielded it from the dogs. A little way along the valley, and what had been a field, on the other side of what had been the river, were the bullocks of the same herd. The bullocks could see and hear the other cows and the farmers, and they decided to swim the wide, deep, fast stretch over. As the bullocks approached, the cows realised that the raised ground wasn't enough, and they began to bellow, but there wasn't anything anyone could do, and as the bullocks clambered onto the ground and into the bodies already there, the calves, all of them, fell into the flowing water, and they too were swept away. Standing on the hillside, we couldn't see how many animals were there in the water. We didn't know how many there should be or what they could endure. But the longer we stood, the more we became aware of the energy and composure of the herd, of the changes and the sounds they made, and the fear they felt. The darkening light, the look of the water, the effect of the time spent out in the cold on our own bodies, how it felt to listen to their cries over hours, the fatigue of hope that they might swim it, or that the water might go down. These were our only ways of sensing the cow's ability to keep enduring. Across the lake, a bright yellow kayak slipped into view, a sunshine sliver which moved silently across the flat surface of the water. It seemed to be curious, playing, exploring the new lay of the land. It came closer. A woman was sitting in it, and she circled around the cows, and then, very slowly, turning frequently behind her to call back to them, she rode towards the field. One cow began to follow. She stepped into the deeper, quicker water and swam, following the yellow leader. But just before they reached the water's edge, the kayak turned to go back for the others. And the cow, who had been so brave, had now lost her leader, and she turned also and swam the whole way back to her herd. She wouldn't try again, and the yellow kayak disappeared. But they had shown us it was possible. We called to the cows from the edge of the water. They looked at us and heard us and called back, but they didn't swim. After 3 hours together on the wall, a helicopter came, and it carried the farmers and their dogs over to the edge of the town. It was high tide, and as the water rose again, it became deep enough that a herd of dairy cows from the other side of the island were able to swim over the fences of their field, and they too headed for the railway bank where the beef cows and the bullocks were. The bank became critically overcrowded. The cows were in extreme distress, and the saliva poured from their mouths. They were struggling against the water, and the herd started to drown. We shouted to them, and I thought about how I liked to go to the gates of the cow fields and stand on the rungs and sing love songs, like Celine Dion, probably to these very cows. How I would wait for one of them that was interested to look at me, and then I'd hold their gaze and sing just to her or him. And I knew how intently a cow, once interested, holds you in their sight, and often then comes closer. I shouted over the water and put all my focus on one cow at a time until they gave up what it took to look. People on the hill began to talk about going into the water. Then one of the dairy cows at the edge of the group started to swim, and she filled us with hope, our shouts with meaning, and she came closer and closer, and eventually she reached the shore. She pulled herself with wobbling legs up the side of the hill. We stood back, although we wanted to be close to her. She was heroic. She was terrified, exhausted and strong. Her eyes rolled wild, and she knew she had saved her own life. The farmers arrived on the field. Their eyes rolled too, and their jaws were barely thawed, and panic pulsed from them. She, the wife, was hardly coherent. She called to her cows and wept, and said over and over that they were not insured. But when one of the neighbours said he was going to get his boat, she argued. She was afraid. She didn't want to risk human life. The light dimmed, and the water should have been going down, and no one understood why it didn't. He got his boat, though, a small rowing boat, and he and his partner got in, and it was joined from across the water by an RSPCA boat, and the farmers got into that one, and maybe there was another, but no one can recall, because everything turned then to mud. Rose and my parents waded into the water, and those in the boats rowed out to the cows, and looped ropes and chains under their necks, and pulled their heads up to the side, and dragged them through the water to those nearer the shore, who led them out to the field. Some cows were able to swim with guidance, others were so tired that they were drowning. The field, which had been ploughed barely a week before, became a swamp of deep, soft mud. It pulled off our boots, so we all had bare feet and had to be careful of hooves stabbing down through the mud. Somewhere down there, a ring was sucked from my mum's toe, churned and deposited deep in the ground. The cows understood that they were dying, that they were fighting for their lives, and many of them couldn't resist any longer. Some were able to struggle through the mud and up the field to the grassy meadow above. Others were too weak and they stuck. The adults knocked them to the ground, put their arms around their back legs, and pulled them up the hill. Then we hit them with sticks until they got up. This was important for their life force, the farmers told us. They have to stand up themselves. We made them stand by hitting them, and some fell as they tried. They were mad. The cows were out of their minds. By night time, the animals who were being pulled out of the water slumped, barely breathing, near the water's edge. We children used our small fingers to scoop out the clay that was packed into their mouths and nostrils, eyes and ears. The wife farmer knew each of her animals. She checked their tags as they arrived on the field to see who was and was not yet safe. She said quietly that night that she knew she was disliked, that she had thought no one would help them. She and her husband made no distinction as they rescued their cows and those of the other farm. Everyone worked until by moon and torchlight there were no more to be seen in the water. Last thing as he walked home, my dad heard a baying from the flooded field next to the bridge. He walked through the water in the light of the full moon, and as he neared the cow, the water temperature changed. And when he was closer still, he realised that she was leaning, warming her body against a half-submerged muck heap, steaming in the cold night. He joined her and leant against the manure, warming himself too, before accompanying her out of the water. That night, while we lay in our beds, the full moon tide crept up again, and it smothered the cows who had remained in the mud at the water's edge. By morning, the fallen water had left a line of bodies tracing the night tide line. Rose went early up to the ploughed field. Between the still bodies of a large cow and a calf was a young Sussex heifer, and her ears moved. Rose lifted her head and the cow tried to open her eyes. She went for a bucket of warm water and washed away the mud from her eyes and mouth, and put arnica deep inside her throat. The cow was barely responsive, and Rose, who was alone in the field with her and had just completed a PhD in shiatsu, began to massage the cow's spine. The spine is the area connected to survival and to the strength of the legs, but she did it mostly because she felt the need to touch the cow, to stimulate her and connect to her. As she started, the cow lifted her own head. She became more lively. She seemed, maybe, to feel hope. Rose knew from the night before that the cow should get up onto her feet. She remembered the farmer's insistence that they get up themselves, that they needed to decide and to make themselves do it. But this cow had spent the whole night in sucking clay and icy water. She tried to use sticks and rush, digging them under the cow's body, but the cow couldn't move, and Rose couldn't move her. Hearing a tractor on the road, she went to find the husband farmer, who had been out carrying dead animals with the lifting fork. They put straps around the cow and raised her up and over to the grassy field, and he said to feed her warm sugar water from a bottle. Rose showed us children how, and we fed the cow, and we sponged the caked mud from her hairs. We covered her in blankets and rubbed her body, and Rose said to entertain her, as she needed to take interest, to feel involved in the world, to keep the will to stay in it. The other cows were collected that day by their farmers, but this cow couldn't walk, so she stayed with us, and soon she ate the grass that we picked for her, and her eyes started to sparkle, and she talked to us when we talked to her. When the farmers came for her, I told myself and believed that they were taking her to a special barn with strong straps suspended from the ceiling which would hold her tummy, and where her legs would be given therapy until they were strong enough to bear her weight and that she would be able to rejoin her herd. I did also know that, like the rest of her herd, after some time she would be taken to the slaughterhouse. But there was no barn or therapy for the cow, and really she went straight to slaughter, because it was likely she wouldn't have survived, and while she was still alive she was at least able to be butchered and her meat not wasted. And we were all invited to a drinks party thrown by the farmers of the dairy herd, whose losses had been even greater, to say thank you, but I remember only carpeted stairs and an old black and white picture of a rectangular-shaped cow on the wall, and feeling that none of it had been for this. The morning after the flood, school was open again, and my mum took us, but as she drove towards home she became overwhelmed with grief. She turned around and asked school if we could come back with her, and when we got home she cooked a cake for us, and she mixed blue into the icing, and we stuck little plastic animals floating on their sides in it. For weeks the farmer's phone rang with another body found with one of their ear tags. They were floating in and out to sea with the tide, found on the beach, in the high street, in a living room in town. Thank you for listening, and I hope you all enjoy the rest of the evening.
já está. Good evening. I hope you can hear me properly. Thanks, George, for inviting me for this, and I hope anyone listening will stay on for what's still to come. I'm gonna be reading primarily my own stuff and one translation that I've done recently. I hope you enjoy. You know, TED Talks, the drop in, like a nuclear fusion room, the echo of solipsism in submerged, wow, clarity of finger snapping. Yeah, this is true. This shit is the shit. Or so you walk through central London, the winding Amazon cardboard, flat and smirking everywhere, mattress to the homeless, every way to the lossless copy, the fucking smirk copy, like, you know. TED Talks, the drop in, drop out like the tourist coach, double parked in reserve, always in reserve, the very same verse, the very same nerve, the very same smirk. Now in theatres of 0 hours, you know, TED Talks, the drop in, some ASMR porn fantasy, in the lake of every self-convertible denomination, Costa, Nero, Starbucks, Pret, colluding before the conference hall, the attendant's stomach still sinking in the guest network, still sinking in the smirking host, still sinking platitudes of gratitude, of silver plates, of, you know, or good ties, you know. TED Talks, listen. The drop, so silly to take needle precision for any metaphor. Lived time is no cathedral of bad mimicry. Life doesn't get ahead of living. And where did you get your coffee? I mean, really, where? I've had quite a lot of fun trying to come up with an interesting way to stream myself. I might just join Twitch after this. The next poem I'm going to read is called Public Display of Attention. And it goes like this. The road to somewhere is a Tetris match against the walk in Sidewalk, the promise me bullshit jobs, no automatic capitalization or guaranteed sanitation beyond Zone 3 of the ego is a ghost scaring the bones. I hate bullies, so I've become one. Pow, wow, now would be fair, but I'm perfectly okay with just now. There are already too many people with a telescope on regimes of truth I didn't sign my sovereignty to. My legs hurt because thinking against the future, about the future, because the future won't spell much dexterity to any of my tentatively public limbs. And I don't even get many takeaway drinks, but I know the political is also espresso foam, and every added sum, but right here, too, and mainly, the very dandruff washed off those mega sweet grapes from Aldi times the London Met helicopter casting shade over the sink, eating voracious, a blunt shadow to spite the shimmer around water drops left on reed, mid-flight, a midnight in midday. Surely this too is proof that relativity can be as special in general as my libidinal economy. Besides, how can every grape be seedless? As for statecraft, well, there's no infinite reach on the air above and below the ground. To paraphrase an academic footnote on constitutional spaces, any two straws sharing the same milkshake can spurt equity disputes among drinkers. A rather fatuous species world perpetuant bias, nature made up for colonial stock, a zero sum game, which any linguistic firework may very well shrug off, for all autonomy is concerned with semantics. Yes, that was public display of attention. In order to be able to stream this with all this paraphernalia, my computer is undergoing quite a lot of stress. And so for me to navigate between this and my text is quite a strenuous task. So let's change scenery. Values goal posts vertically into bottomless alleyways, or are these hands prehensile facts to any soil of agreed fertility? A real where to all those events at money, on money, for money, to money make way, a push for even longer journeys when too you could, at best, snooze or momentarily go mindless, as in headless, as in dead, recording new white superhero face to Hollywood global currents. Bankers of Instagram PR ought to one day trade in social credit for social authority. Because the scare quotes economy has nothing to do with you, but can everything perform on you. I mean, to do you over if needs be, just so you too make do with whatever universal credit must make up for universal basics, as mandated by the liberty sirens from the city stratosphere, whose voice is, in all recognizable facades, but stable echo to the Spotify plenum, a horizon without song singing at you ad nauseum. Enough of whatever shit is like whatever you once listened to, so practically encouraging more noise-cancelled commuters at it more, and past corpsing futurity, and there's more. I've rented in UK soil with enough bravado to see Miss Thatcher's dream play out. May there be no such untamable beast as a society, only Love Island expats. The far-flung druids of the artificial totals might as well have your eyes looking backward with a simple or simpler roadmap. Go ahead, make do right, till nothing's left, nil, to gig about the capital puddles. Excuse the topological pun there. There's a strong argument somewhere for liquidity with rising sea levels, but I speak water only in marginal tongues. and the body is no direct rule of majoritarian property. Desire lives the dream to sell the nightmare. So start by learning bees if you get another spring to drool over roses. Free sex to fuck representation like the sprawling net to fire social at work in full charge. Free of charge. If anybody listening wants to donate some money, I would very much encourage that you do so to the London Renters Union, and yeah, I'd be quite happy if you felt like doing that and if you have the means to help. Their work is now more important than it's ever been, really, I think, and I would also like to say that I'm thinking of London very deeply. I left London just as this whole situation exploded, and it feels very strange, to say the least. The next one is about in equal measure, starch and love. There's no you in American English labor, is there? Don't read deeper than the soul licks what stacks. All those wrappers for the big M stomped onto perennial autumn, these concrete sidewalks, two mirrored halves of a more obtuse ellipse, a fishing net in Pantone PMS 123C, and so profusely so as to be bred like war, a punch-in-stomach kind of marketing tactic for the eye just as disruptive to street wonders like letters unthought in any of G. Stein's Flaneur or whatever other name you want to go for a walk under, my favorite faggot. A rose is a rose is a rose, not red. A violet's a violet's a violet, not blue. A me is a me is a me and you, where love too is labor power. So, in this waiting hour, do ask your diplomatic ranks to learn the eye without as much as a language for seeing as a new routine, to file one's nails every full moon and every mouthful. There's no you in American English labor, is there? That is very much an autumn poem, but all of these poems really were written in the last 2 years in London, and the great majority of them are about London, I think, and especially the next one. I also made a whole canvas for it. It's about a set of images that that I encountered on some news outlet in the summer of 2017 or 18, I think. One of them is this one, the one before this. It's from July that year, and it showed how much the UK had changed from the satellites above. Yeah. This is about that never-ending happening, a stat stone's throw away from us. The maths to do between 2 points, spinal cord to weeks-long nail. Take mortality, for example, and how it caters to metaphors about spinning tops. Then pirouette the hell out of it. Avoid a change in rhythm, just swaying ever so liminally further out to draw new orbits in the same perfume, each time turned as if to bookmark the day by the fidgeting eye who breathes at cost between 0 and no hours. A centrifugal economy of walks up and down Peckham Road asking the grass in the park what the fuck of a summer it has been. So much green washed away before the clouds. I overhear in Morrison's, the whole UK is a sad yellow patch on Google Earth. And I want to say yes, that is sad, because it is sad, but I truly want Google Earth to fuck off, for the ground owes nil to satellite standards or the feel-good symbolic order of English summer. We also hear there's more green meeting the eye than any other chromatic phenomena. And yet, have you ever thanked the blues for the park's grass green? That was London Anxiety Summer Greens. Again, change of scenery. This next one has a very specific addressee. And the addressee is the man you can see on your screen. His name is Marc Francois. He is a member of parliament from the Conservative Party. He represents an Essex constituency, and I can't remember precisely which one. Yeah. Does the square speak when their mouths open? 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 The represented being your sleep, my sleep, overstayed, so as to cross-furnish the dreamscape they were arguing over, tarmac, or nicotine jumps over Parliament Square sweat, loads of a crowd's mere crowding to spite a square's mere circling for glory like dribbling hopes in warm blood over foreign marble. Signs of sovereign exception come in all sorts of opinion pile, like dirty laundry tells of rainy days, and I quote the sun, rising twice the same day, a shiny forehead plinth where visibly human labor cries the very same juice stars are made of every hard-fought today, vacating what free will otherwise rest their feet on, the aforementioned geometry, but the backyard cosmology kind, when tourism is but wet euphemism for colonial expanse. Maybe London pigeons know it best to shit that Churchill bronze in purely chromatic white supremacy, a top eye level, a backdrop for mum takes, daddy takes, kid takes, other kid takes, grandma takes, disconcerted dog to made in China selfie stuck buttress for national self-sameness. Not that spectacularly, but just as effectively at the blink of the non-existing shutter on the eye, rigging everyone's smiles in unison as they utter as it happens. Universal credit. No doubt the public should know, the privates must know, the commons know already. The point or crowd at which no clue or square remains as to why the fuck is Marc Francois still gurgling in the trenches of a more bellicose past. Iron banks cached to render any utterance with the same cheek-red impunity for which just about any reason is at once just excuse and reason, why just reason in itself, but not much else in itself can be explained against a war with the Germans. And now I'm going to disappear for a second. And I'm going to read something dedicated to, very specifically to Lewisham, to where I lived, Winslade Estate, and to a leaf I found there once. Dear leaf, on the puddle where Ilderton and Sharat meet, rest your intimate flight in time unknowable. Every breeze adjacent, accomplice. After all, whoever knows enough, if any hint at all, about spring? Wasn't it cool this morning? You were cool too. The sky was cool. It felt cool. Every boy in the park pretty cool too. Well, thoughts of the wind breathe the rhetoric of time most addictively. A sovereign, akin physically only to water, like it just is. So barely anything more than just that intrinsic, extrinsic, impersonal yet infinitely personable metaphor in mute. And in the prosody of public whats and whos, party of near to absolute majority in that ultimate livable constituency, power in and of, or, since we speak to live in figures, to miss the sea without knowing, metonymy for the long stretch of age we could otherwise call body. Tell us not about fundamental rights, tell us the real price of every snack, please. And can we all get some tap water, free of charge now and forever? Were power just, or just like this? Worn in the way the verb being is, and simply is in water is. The who in we could speak the million metaphors I'm flooded by as you lay so full of it on the curb. Yeah. And I think I'm gonna return to this background for my translation. This is a translation from a Portuguese poem that I am particularly interested in, and I fell in love the moment I read it for the first time. It's by a poet called Adélia Lopes. Its original title is Louvor do Lixo, which would somehow translate to in praise of rubbish, but also at the same time in praise of the place where rubbish is placed. So in praise of both the bin and rubbish more generally. And there's two translation notes that I want to make before reading the poem. One is about the main kind of character of the poem, which is called, which is referred to as Mulher de Dias, which is a very specific type of cleaning lady, and it refers to a form of precarious domestic labor relation that I would very easily consider the backbone of most middle-class abodes in Portugal. And the other note I want to make is about the word unentropy, which was my way of translating desentropiar. It would be the antonym to the verb to entropy. Here it goes. In praise of the rubbish. It's important to unentropy the house every day, to postpone chaos. The poet is the cleaning lady. She tidies up the poem like she tidies up the house, which the earthquake threatens. The entropy of each day give us each day dust and love like the poem are made day by day. The bread you eat or you throw away, wrapped up. A pigeon may visit the bin. The poem unentropies the dust, settles on the poem singing love, thanks to love and to the poem. The puzzle I was solved. But it's important to thank the dust which becomes the book, illegible like the tiger. Love doesn't wear, books do. The table falls as the dog goes past, and the puzzle is left unsolved on the floor. And I am just gonna read one more poem, and then I'm gonna go. I just want to say again, if you can, please help the London Renters Union. Please help your neighbours. Please help your friends. This is a very strange moment in time, and if you can, it's important to reach out. This one is called Instagram History. Give me a sec. Like the impossible orchard before every squeezing agora. Like the crying baby psycho-local frenzied self. Instagram History. Like you, me, us, not mine, not yours, not even ours. Like any news loop lauded climate catastrophe of the mirror. Like the loophole out is a needlehead, it fucking stings. Like Uberland, each face I see a late receipt to the undying. Like technocracy of Photoshop DJs to monetize the remix ego. Instagram History, like looks, hook, candy, every crush a legitimate manicure. Like sex with every color a visible world can come to body. Like precisely what it means to be late fears the party never ends. Like cacophonous mornings, every bit of laundry wide open window. Instagram History, like anti to heaven thesis, rush hour dialectics, everyone a synthesizer. Like sedimenting rock addicts of the sand world now to Zuckerberg's spite. Instagram History, like and because nor but or however to never ever. Like the anvil will at times fall, there is many a thing called society. Like law of the excluded middles, well, friends are not followers. Instagram History, like a pain in your lower back is a pain in the upper and lower back. Like total freedom spins the wheels, fortune mows lawn and feet with it. Like somebody falls off the balcony live, pass me the salt, please. Like a wiki surveying social contingencies as you play good cop. Instagram History, like cockroaches will someday rave on our sepulchral expanse. Like you tell me a search engine for feelings the way I don't. Instagram History, like grams, liters, and watts of pretty much anything else can't. Like you won galactic lottery, now take this watch and just watch. Thank you very much for listening. And I'm going to go now. Stay on with Claudia and then Erica and Juliet. Thank you.
Hello. I don't know if I'm streaming or not. I hope so. I'm Claudia. Well, first of all, thank you, Quarantunes and George, for inviting. Yeah, now I can see myself in the back. Cool. Yeah, before I say screaming, it's my first streaming that I do with this pandemic crazy times, and I was texting a friend of mine, telling her that I had a screaming this this evening. And but that's why I have a mic, so I don't have to scream. Well, that's yeah. Well, thanks for inviting. And tonight, I'm gonna read some excerpts of a longer text, a longer piece that will hopefully be published soon between Yavi in Madrid and Jupiter Woods in London. And and I will just read some excerpts, and in the middle put some kind of songish intermissions, so there are going to be different kinds of readings. And I go. This is the main character. If anything unites all Barcelona, it's the shopkeepers and the cockroaches. There are roaches and shops in all the neighborhoods, in Sants, in Eixample, in Glorias, in La Mina, in La Guinehueta, and in Gracia. There are American cockroaches like 3 fingers of mine strung together doing more than a pantocrator. There are more roaches in Sarria than shopkeepers, and millions of roaches and shopkeepers in Rabal. What I hardly ever see are rats, and I have a passion for rats. The most common roaches are the American ones, the most cosmopolitan, the largest, the ones that have all their passport pages full of stamps and travel from the USA and from the tropics by plane, along with imported products for Eixample stores. If all the products had remained local, I will not speak of American cockroaches, but of black, green, blue, turquoise garden beetles. With beetles, one doesn't scream but silently thinks of ancient Egypt or a collection dissected with needles, both images with a European vision of supreme delicacy and the quest for knowledge, not only from home, but with the spirit that everything is at home or goes to the archive. That there are no shopkeepers in Sarria is normal, because there are almost no services, neither chains nor locals. At most you find food couriers or cars going around with the groceries. If there are more and more roaches downtown, it's because what the deliveries are distributing are the products of chains and multinationals. The shopkeepers of Barcelona have become a nostalgic reduct of a paradoxical resistance. Perhaps it's too simple to say that rats are the coffees of local cafes, while roaches are the Starbucks coffee. But if both rats and cockroaches are pests that live at the expense of humans, to a different extent, so are the local shopkeepers and the global financiers. I know that in the store where I'm staying, roaches wait under the foundations of the building, and they nest and go up from time to time to see if local products are still sold. There are 2 voices. That was the first one starting, and the second one. 1, 2, y... At night, the faces shine more. With the glow of the streetlights. And the sultry pigs on the terraces. There is a way to check how sultry the environment is. Put an industrial tobacco package on your chest. If it sticks, it means that the sultriness is ripe, and on the skin one has a mixture of sweat, pollution, and humidity. Summer heat stuck between camelite and chest. But to say that the heat is sticky is to provide it with a body. One in fact is the plastic of the chivato that dissolves and adheres to the skin. The material that looks like shoes in the freezer. A wooden door stuck in summer, a wool sweater washed at more than 40 degrees, but the ones I like are the materials that move, circulate, and their greatest enemies are the small cracks from which they escape. Today, the sun is as hard as it always is during August in Barcelona. I feel a very specific area under my neck burning from the reflection of the cars. A close my nostrils because it's summer and a gust of wind passes, and something smells like a strawberry smoothie throwing about to rot. Now comes another smell that is acidic from the body and from the sidewalk, mixed with lavender. A drop of water from air conditioner falls, and I look up and I see that it's the plane trees which reek so much like they're sweating. Another drop falls, and it falls into one of the 3 wells. I've always seen the debris bag still on the sidewalk, but never emotion. Since we went to the beach, I've been finding sand everywhere. The bottom of my bags are full of sand. Since we went to the beach, I've been finding sand everywhere. The bottom of my bags are full of sand beach that accumulates between the seams and mixes with the tickets and filters and other things that I left inside. I don't shake it, because to shake sand inside the house feels wrong, just as it does in the street or in the sidewalks, all paved. Outside the walls of the old city of Barcelona, it was all waste, brown soil, with the plastered everything that was once line has been covered by sand and cement. The Champla was not only built by Indianos, but the race bourgeois speculated. The Indianos returned and wanted their homes there, and they built more to rent. I have trouble shaking the bag because I don't know where the sun belongs, and because sun is the best commodity I can have in my bag, in my pocket or in my purse. I work to find soil, to a park with enclosed areas for children to play, for trees to grow and dogs to poop, around cars, buildings, and the gay Champla. Gentrification is not caused by people but by municipal policy. The sand between the seam falls on the ground, on the park. It's lighter than the soil. The sun meets capital, queer meets a Champla, meets capital, and in the first rain, everything will mix. Anna continues, now without music. It was like receiving a text message with coordinates. There was no Google Maps, so direction had to be like, turn left for exit 332, right, continue straight, veer right, and cross. When the messages were received, we all organized and bought fruits and spices for the weekend and went to the abandoned farmhouses to rave. There were the parties for those who lived in the mountains of industrial villages. I went hand by hand with my best friend, who was the butchest of all the towns of the region, but since there was neither vocabulary nor references, nor gay capital, no land struggle, it was simply La Mary. La Mary was practically the only one with whom I could talk. With La Mary and with El Maño I could talk. The others could only babble under the effects of drugs. In 2009, El Maño disappeared for a few days until he was found next to one of the farmhouses. He was stabbed and burned and buried in ground waste, as if the circulation of soil, text messages, and directions had been misunderstood and crossed. The soil was in a circle, terminated and closed. Because the circulation of commodity is more than an exchange of goods or surplus, because it takes over life in its entirety. It needs to grow between one cycle and the next. El Maño developed the exchange value obtaining gain at the time of circulation, but it was the commodity the one that created value. The whole life is 500 tons of sand, or to end up buried because of 200 euros of hashish. Commodities cannot be exchanged. So many grams of hashish are not so many grams of sand are not my friend. With only circulation, there will not be global profit. I break a cigarette and I burn the hashish that feels like sand on my hand, and I mix it with the tobacco. On the terraces, we open the packages of cigarettes and we put them on our chests, sweating. Okay. I'm reading different excerpts that maybe it will make like a mental map of the whole thing, more or less. Okay. Still not closing. With the three of us in bed, I can see Anna's body well, always half hidden while visible when we're playing in the sea, in the shower. I only see her naked underwater, and with the water in between us, the shapes, the contours and the colors move, and I only look at her face. In bed, everything is clear. Small breasts, abs, the strong look she has, half maned with her nervous body that leaves her nape bare with each gesture, in competition with the face. And the teeth are so white. Her brown nipples contrast with the rat's pink mouth. They are the nipples that I like the most, the brown ones, never the pink ones, cause the mouth, cause the tongue, cause to know, to distinguish what is kissed. Although the textures are similar, the intensity is different, stronger, more licks, wetter, or more to moisten. Nerves age my face. And what seemed to be getting older is disfigured in dampness and rosacea on my cheeks. The basic things are neither free nor expensive. They must be for everyone. Anna complains that I move my legs when sleeping. She talks. Each one dreams of escape in a different way. My clit has grown as big as the rat. Living in the city is what I like, and strolling through the dense streets of tall buildings and full balconies, hot asphalt and clit rat at every step. I know it, and I feel it present, and nobody around me sees it. To be two is to be two. Being free, they say, is already multitude. We are multitude then, but we are them and we are me with them and them with me, all together, everyone.
Però dins de
vegades al meu canell i cap mosquit pot accedir a la meva pell, a la meva pell. Hi, I'm getting lost. No, okay. I'm gonna read you the translation of that song. My body weight, which is also part of the text, but I've basically been taking some excerpts of this kind of book that I've been writing and making songs because it's fun. And then you also can see if the text is good somehow, or not good, I don't know, something. My body waits in the water the same way as it does in the morning when I wake up all agitated, and my legs sink into the mattress, and there is just a terrible desire for sex. When it happens, I get up and open the phone, and open the door, and open the window, and I have nothing else to open, so I pull my pants down. My house is full of insects, not only roaches, but also moths and mosquitoes, and I crush them against my skin just before they suck my blood. But in the water, the panties flow tight on my wrist, and no mosquito can access my skin. Summer storm is falling on us. I'm soaked, and the adrenaline that gives me make me go faster to the sea. I want myself all wet with water above and below. The water from the Marbella smells like an inner courtyard. The storm has made the sewers overflow, the drains and the waste and fecal liquids no longer go through the treatment plants. They go directly to the sea. When it makes this smell, when it rains so much, when nothing gets purified, it's normal to see dead rats floating. The red flag is raised, but there are no waves. It warns that the water is contaminated. ourselves into the sea, holding each other's tails. It's already September. I wish.
Stika papay, la adrenalina cabrón, faname pica pa'l mar. Estic tota mullada, m'aigua per sobre, per sota. L'aigua de la mar veia fa olor pot interior. La tempesta fet desborda les clavegueres desaigües, residus i líquids fecals ja no passen per les depuradores, van directes al mar. Com fa aquesta olor quan plou tant, quan es depura res és normal veure rates flotant. Estic empapada i l'adrenalina que em dóna fa anar més ràpid cap al mar. Amb tota mullada, m'aigua per sobre, per sota. L'aigua de la mar veia fa olor pot interior. La tempesta fet desborda les clavegueres de seu i residus i líquids que ja no passen per les depuradores, van directes al mar. Com fa aquesta quan plou tant, quan es depura res es flota. L'armera vermella està sola, però no hi ha res. Avisa que l'aigua està terminant. Estirem agafant-los les cues una a l'altra,
Okay. Thank you so much for inviting, and thank you for the readings before, and I'm looking forward to see the next ones. And yeah, stay safe, don't spread the virus, don't police each other either. And yeah, I have regularization now, which is to make everybody legal right now, and don't make anybody like struggle with visas or working or housing or any. Let's see what happens with this. Well, okay, looking forward to see what's next, and I guess I'm leaving.
everyone. This is Scourti, and I hope you have everything for tonight, including a new video edit of the video, and have kind of background now, and it's called 8 Things to Be Scared of Instead of Death. But what happened was my computer had a meltdown and wouldn't export the file. So instead of going to just read the script over the top, and that's maybe that sounds like a kind of getting a halfway house thing, but I realised while making it that maybe that's what it's going to end up as more script. Yes. So this is a bit of an input thing, and just maybe say a word about 8 things we scared of instead of death. I've done various versions and performances at different points, and it's all made from a big bank of video diaries I collected about, I don't know, maybe 6 months longer, and kind of here and there, and yeah, they're edited together to create a kind of, well, you'll see. Work also is the inability to convince him or anyone else how perfect my intentions. I mean, of course, it's not going to work. There's no way to angle this. So you come out smelling roses. Not saying that I'm just faking that my whole life is a lie. It's extreme. 4 in the morning, can't sleep. It's a full moon tonight as well. Night I couldn't sleep. Later disappearing, so trapped, losing my grasp on the spirit of sleep. At dawn, as the sun comes up, my eyes ran with open tears, gathering up, it rose its head, and then there's kind of nothing to stop you. Dry stone and sweet tear veins. They create this, creates river, a whole other little river. The river of Lethe, whose waters invite slumbers. Said 1,000 words, 1,000 words I've forgotten. Saying, damn, I forgot. Us with the sun and silence have now come exactly their toll. A toxic like load or burden that you have to carry into this realm of fantasizing, possessing, processing it, and discharging it in this other form, giving it to some other person, or friend, people I thought were friends, to make sense of this voice. Can be a carrier, emerging in a different way though. Even voice messages, either group chat or in WhatsApp, and speaking over the top. Different types of voice, extra voice that you see on the screen, and the fact that this is nothing more than a ghostly back projection from the role performed, standing for me the absent performer, where I learnt to wear a shell, not wearing a mask, but just growing on its own internal contradictions. Maybe I need to get a small knife and go dismantle the fucking canister, pick the capsule, break up speech, break something down, a syntactic wrapper or glue, not wanting to speak through a layer. Bypassing that and getting to the deep, to an underworld where dreams come back to me. I dreamt of a little child with pale skin and freckles. Weird dreams of being in this tiny, tiny house. There's this garden, or that I'm kind of stuck. I can't even open my eyes. Julie was hugging a tree, and went past the leaf station by mistake, and the tree's walking to her. That's not magical thinking. That's just hope. It's a tree can bear fruit many, many, many windows without watering. I can see how the arrival of a child brings a feeling of hope and projection into the future. A vision, or like a felt vision. You can't go into that garden, even though you want to. Trying to shut all of this down now. You just need a new dream, a separate dream. Rain. Rain, finally. Remind also. I'm not supposed to be writing this as like a mere footnote to this other story with sleep disorder and dreams, having a type of diagnosis going on, and reading it in order to determine the client's mental health state of mind, trying to quantify emotions, and looking at body gestures and movements as symptoms of gaslighting being a feminist issue. That's where doubt and faith binary just seem to oscillate, or I seem to run up and down the spectrum of it, because I don't have faith in my own experience. I'm feeling like this, but somebody else is telling me that nothing can interfere with my right to vaping too much, because I'm a little bit like, it's not happening. Oh, nothing's happening because I say nothing's happening. I just feel the patriarchy in my bones. I can't breathe any light into them. All of that pushing and hoping and wanting. I wonder if I can't seem to focus on anything. No wonder you're exhausted. It's gone dark already. I just need to look up and check. To see everything. See the moon in a full night. How it shines. It's not a cold night light, but it's not a wall light either. It's just clear light. It has an energy to it. Oh, it's so bright. Basically a rock producing some intended effect. A kind of emergent effect. I could feel the drag. I can feel the thing just pulling me over under the influence. The moon as a heavenly body also affects moods because it's so huge. It perhaps different moods. So you could almost look at it as a really analog mood tracking device. It's a bit like how Sovica speaks of how the planets bestow evil gifts. Listening to torpor, I want to give the soul received from Saturn. Saturn, the cosmic palm cop, being tickets, red for bills for obvious reasons. The dream with policemen was also a little bit like that. Sleepiness and torpor. Yes. Sleep, boredom. It's broken attention, like a hallucination, but sleepiness hallucination just keeps happening, so it's real. Like, realising you've been drinking my poison all this time, did fucking realise why I just feel absolutely wiped out, shattered again. Woke up this morning, like plagued by fears. But I need to wake up tired. I'm not tired, I'm hungry. I'm not hungry, I'm lonely. I'm lonely as a kind of noodles, carrots, and mushrooms, popping biscuit, lost wine, this bag of this slippy soap, you see succulent, colourful berries, you know, stuff myself with food like poison, like if you take it. The person who comes to my mind is some useless toy. That creature, a kind of tattered doll, with the word Rai written over the top, controlled by an agency outside of itself, vocalizing words of others, speaking words speakers not in control of what they're saying, how they're saying it. What Rachel Chow says about the postmodern or Hong Kong, the idea of the automatized body and character compelled hustle and to perform the act like some kind of cliche of people who perform having the pain inside them. They used to get on stage, love to sing, love to chat, love to perform, make people laugh. Sticking up the mirror. That distorted mirror. Just pick it up and fucking frisbee it across the room and smash an earthquake. Everything's fallen to the floor. Reflect on it and think. Beyond surface symptoms, like a heterosexual coupled up, a nice house, success at work, you know, happy face. The promise for fulfillment seemed to hold out at one point isn't there anymore, and that's the thing. Though I felt fucking great until it slapped me in the face, and then that feeling of panic and deceit, and that someone's going to discuss something about you. Just started to feel really, really naked again. The dream with the policeman was also a bit like that. That feeling there was something on you that would be detected. Just put a vape in my ear like it was phone. My brain is boiling now, spinning around like something going around in circles, lost rudder, and going around, and down, going around, droning on like this squeaky chair, a wacky bird. Then this time it would be different. This time I can make it so I'm not just running like a dog after somebody who left me here at the unknown bus stop, and that just feeling of utter abandonment and just being left losing touch with the body and with a sense of all her life identity so numb I can feel anything, and nothing dramatic. So the millions of ways that you failed and then just become a sad story again. Anyway, that's the sad story. You know, it's hard to have compassion. Thinking about what fucking idiot I've been. Or is that just a distraction from, just my vacant bath? Just wasting your time. Living in a hot toxic fumes. A toxic load or burden that you have carried. You just feel it buzzing inside. Like how you imagine the nectar from an incredible flower that's being filled with love, filled with kindness or brightness. Beautiful. And I was listening to the lead rocking just now, and they can also be beautiful music. They have that in them. But it's a projection, a manifestation of some interior, what it's sort of being about or boredom. That's what about if they find a routine to just oscillate or I see one up and down there. Because I don't have faith in my own experience. Or is that just a distraction from fucking just put my vape in the bath, trying to give something which isn't even really wanted? Inhaling as it draws up, then exhaling as you breathe out, like a vape, like living in a hot box, toxic fuse. I just lie on my back and smoke the dead rat, but rat poison too. The obsessiveness is just another layer, and underneath that, it creates toxic load burden that you have to carry, like the bitterness and gut feminism, like a negativity that can't be recouped, something that just travels through your bloodstream. The affect is demons coming outside into the Egyptian desert. Mark Sloth, in particular, was an evil spirit known as the noonday demon, and noonday demon pulling Monk away from the cell, and manifesting as this outside voice. That is the spirit of the demon. It's projection of some interior feeling of doubt or boredom. It's not about interiority, it's about something that happens in the world. This kind of spiritual lace, it's based on a lack of care and attention. It relates to something to burnout and to a kind of open attention to great handy burnout, depression, self-alienation, or is it one that was a result of the kind of non-treated effective labour, which is having to take care of yourself through various self-soothing or therapeutic activities. A kind of care of self. Labour does not appear to be labour. Things like wellness, like going to a workshop, like meditation, these common ways of caring for the self out of pharmaceuticals, but they're still within the same domain. Like to tweak yourself to be able to be efficient. We all know that one. I hope by Melinda Gregg as well. It's talking about the work that's directed outwardly and the work directed inwardly to take care of self. Attention is a method for taking care of the self, and as such, potential portal of pleasure, political change rather than a feedback loop in capital. That's bullshit. Nothing in that means anything. Them is guilty of sparda, flexible self-monitoring, modulating according to constantly instant feedback, not like labor that's given willingly and love on the other. It's just a boring job. Stupid and boring, just like every other fucking job, whether or not it's a 2 job, is a 6-month job, which is so completely obviously not worth it, and you internalize management and work even harder at drinking, sabotaging, editing, becoming, performing, shopping, dissembling, writing, working, turning, presenting, choosing, appearing, emerging, bringing, music, speaking, completely changing, instrumentalizing, growing, wandering, tipping, cycling, merging, sitting, existing, wearing, possessing, valorizing, inhaling, resisting, chasing, calling, cannibalizing, suddenly not reading, installing, fucking printing, saying, this, thinking, living, absorbing, buying, seeing, steaming, filming, still managing, studying, feeding, drawing, listening, watching, buzzing. It's too hard to work. I quit. Having built up a shell so effectively, I feel sick of ways to try to impress people and be something for their benefit. I know I'm not chasing that anymore. I'm not chasing like commercial success and, fancy dinner, and still, this is where I'm at. To feel sick. One whole strand of making visible bodies about explore the sick body. Aliens, anorexia, and onwards. The unproductive body, the sick woman, sick and unproductive. That part of you is constantly looking at something, trying to fit, because what I really want is deep down. So the imperative always be productive, but one of my arguments is that one of the ways to be productive in this economy is both personal brand. Being that kind of Twitter self, Twitter personality, having to get and maintain a attention as somebody who does use themselves, who does play themselves. Is there a way to undermine that value? Or is that always going to be a side of extraction, especially for the persona, the product that maybe it can also be built on sleep, refusing reputation, self-destruction, the only way to post reputation of a persona, or that limited gesture rather than say collective strike or move towards a more collective form of refusing reputation. Destroy your reputation, destroy your capacity, and then just fly off like shit all over the place, or a form of sabotage which doesn't reclaim value. Today is my last day on social media. Is that too much to ask? Is that crazy? I don't want to expose myself like this. What constitutes intimacy within that? Or is that also about intimacy? Because you just want some excitement. One to feel what really feels like in the body. Like sound beats as a way to speak. Work up sweat, freshness and liveliness, speed and tempo. Yeah, rhythm and sweat. Like chemical energy fizzes out of the body. And this kind of repetitive movement, which is all about desire. I was feeling sexy and wild, and then ending up a little bit more drunk, probably to come onto him. I can't get around the fact that I want to fuck him. I hope I don't regret it, because I'm not really in touch with what is. She said, do you miss sex? Don't want to have sex. This is sexual spark. Anti-sexual connection that closens with. Of course, I miss sex. The wonderful feeling zoom all the way around your body, but then I miss feeling I belong somewhere. Trying to understand what my own desire is. Validity of every torturing desire. It's like this really intense desire or need to fix. The problem is, I need things to be funny. I don't know. I need things to amuse me. It's laughter, honey, be free, silly. Laughter, honey, boo boo, buzzing inside. The self-desire to soak up everything. Intense desire or need. Desire that to be true. Desire to soothe. Desired outcomes into reality doesn't desire you. Which is desire to have sex, train, want, and desire to see as worthwhile. Desire in when you fall in love. I'm experiencing emotional things in my body with clarity. Every time I do that, all of this psychologizing, trying to work out my problems, and feeling through the birds words, my main problem is just that I reach my hair again. Like Cooking Eula said, it's either when I'm depressed that I get the idea, or it's when I'm recovering. No more work on myself. I'm not going to reflect on the mess I have inside me, taking physical form, it's more mess, because that's just another job. And laziness, as a way to stay off depression. Things like wellness, like going to a workshop, like meditation. These comes of the ways of care without using pharmaceuticals, though it's still within the same domain. I was drowning my mess, but practicing is a red herring. I'm playing myself, but I don't need another spin around the merry-go-round. That's just another approach, which is there isn't a happy ending. Which is all about desire, fun and crazy and meeting Laura, being sexy and wild, and then ending up with a little bit more drunk. I probably don't want him. I hope I don't regret it, because I'm not really in touch with what is. Do you miss sex? Don't you want to have sex? The sexual spark and special, better than probably sexual connection. That comes with him. Of course I miss sex, but then I see dream like a hold somewhere. Trying to understand what my desire is. Like this really intense desire or need to fix. And the problem is I need to be funny. Yeah. I need things to amuse me. I need to stop trying to be free, silly. I've just kind of make it too much, being a perfectionist and trying to do too much, because every time I do that, all of this apologising, work out my problem is like, but one problem is just that I should fix my hair again. Like Cooking Eula said, it's either when I'm there that I get the idea, or it's when I recover it. Work on myself. I'm not reflecting on the mess I have inside me. Taking physical form as more mess. And busyness and laziness as a way to step off depression, so losing up with the body and with a sense of personal identity. So numb, like I couldn't got anything. And nothing dramatic. Except all you see is a million ways that you failed, and that just becomes a sad story again. Love you. Again, I feel recently being in front of a band with a microphone I'm about to sing, which I'm not. But I may notice that I change the scene and twirl the camera around so that you can see what else I'm working on. This has been a project of mine and my housemates. Yeah, we've been doing in quarantine in case you need any inspiration for making a banner for tomorrow. There's been various banner drops. In case you can't see it, it says heroes deserve secure jobs and outsourcing the NHS stuff now. And that was what inspired us was the fact that 40% also of NHS of the NHS are my last fall off. I think I've got the figure right, but anyway, the main thing is many of the staff who work in the facilities as at part of the NHS, so cleaners, porters, many others are not actually NHS staff, and are outsourced often to very unscrupulous employers such as ISS, who you can see here. And so yeah, that's something that we that needs more people need to know about, and especially at the moment with the COVID crisis. And other than that, I was going to write in little textbooks, but I couldn't work out to make it work. So I also wanted to give a shout out to London Renters Union. I joined the LRU in January, obviously before any of the kick-off, but they've been amazing in supporting private renters, especially at this time, and helping us get rent reductions and eviction bans, and generally campaigning for better rights for renters across the city. And you can join them online, and there's also, like, if you need templates, there's a template letter that you can send to your landlord if you haven't seen already. Also, another shout out to UW, to the United Voices of the World, the Design Workers and Cultural Design Cultural Worker branch. You can find them on Twitter, UW_. Yeah, sorry, I can't remember. But anyway, you can find them on Twitter, and they will be looking at trying to get cancellations or reductions on artist studio rents, amongst many other things. So you can also join them and get involved. And yeah, I have no idea if this has worked, by the way, so I hope it did, and I hope you enjoyed it. And yeah, I actually prepared a whole segment to read. It was from my PhD, but I think one thing is enough. It's something that's better not to load it. But make sure to check in at 9:30, because my dear friends Juliet Jacques will be doing a reading as well. Right, bye from me. That's not really working.
Hi, I'm Juliet Jacques, coming to you with a special presentation for Quarantunes. Sadly, my internet wasn't up to the task of live streaming, but never mind, because I already had a video recording of me reading from my collection of short stories about the history of trans and non-binary people in the United Kingdom, which I made at the Studio Voltaire Gallery in November 2018. It's even better than this would have been, actually, because unlike now, where I'm just wearing this shabby old t-shirt, the video features me wearing an incredible Victorian costume that I hired from a place called Angels in London, and so I don't have anymore, and which needed about half an hour and at least one other person to be able to put it on. The story is called A Woman of No Importance, and it's set around the Oscar Wilde trial in London in 1895. I won't say any more because the video includes quite a lot of further explanation, and it's about 40 minutes long. I'd like to thank Joe Scotland, Laura Harford and Callum Hamilton at Studio Voltaire for making the video and allowing me to show it here, as well as George for inviting me on tonight, and Bryony, Claudia, Erica, George and Gonçalo for their contributions. Once again, I'm sorry not to be streaming directly to you, but I'm here in the YouTube chat so we can talk, and I hope you enjoy the film. Alright, take care. Thank you.
Hi everyone, thanks for coming. I decided not to dress up for this. It's actually the most clothes I've ever worn. Simultaneously, I mean. So I'm going to read to you from the second short story in the volume that I'm currently writing, which is a kind of loose, potted history of like trans and non-binary people in the UK. Obviously, it doesn't really attempt to capture, kind of every moment in that history, but kind of key moments, in a quite poetic way with a range of different characters, different voices, different times and places. This story is called A Woman of No Importance, and I decided to read this one in this venue because it covers some sort of speculative events around the Oscar Wilde trial. Wilde is a character in the story, or Wilde is kind of a character around the story, I should say, because you don't actually meet him in the text. So I'm just going to kind of start reading it. The story lasts about maybe 35-40 minutes, and then we can have a quick break if people want it, and then take some questions about the story or the project as a whole. So the story is called A Woman of No Importance, and it has a preamble which explains that this pamphlet, which recounts events around the Oscar Wilde trial and London's decadent literary and artistic circles, was recently found in an archive at University College London. The author is yet to be identified. We can guess that it was not any of the writers or artists referenced within, but it's not confirmed whether it was written by a contributor to the Yellow Book, which was a decadent publication printed in London in the late 1890s, edited by John Lane and Elkin Matthews. The pamphlet is dated 1914, so we know it was written with 20 years hindsight. Maybe the author believed that the start of the First World War would mean a relaxation, or at least a deprioritisation, of the Labouchere Amendment of the Criminal Law Amendment Act of 1885, which made gross indecency between consenting adults, public or private, punishable by 2 years' imprisonment with hard labour. Or perhaps the author felt that this text could help to change the oppressive atmosphere generated by Wilde's conviction. There's no evidence, however, that it was ever circulated, because doing so could have meant its publisher being charged with distributing obscene material, There's little proof that Arthur Parr ever existed, although the 10-year-old recorded under that name in the Ardwick district of Manchester in the 1881 census is most likely the protagonist. So the text begins. I first met Arthur Parr on a winter afternoon in December 1894 or January 1895. Brought to me at a lavish dinner in Bloomsbury, I momentarily mistook him for someone else. The same long flowing hair that cannot have curled so much without artifice, the same debonair mannerisms, even holding his cigarette in a similar fashion, the same style of frock coat and velvet blazer. As soon as I realised that he must be 20 years younger than Wilde at least, I wondered if he had modelled himself on Napoleon Cerroni's photographs of the esteemed author. The first thing he asked, in a broad Mancunian accent that offended the sensibilities of our more refined diners, was if anyone could introduce him to Oscar. It still pains me to admit that my next thought, as I listened to his long list of people with whom he hoped to become acquainted, was that this young man most likely meant trouble. The ease with which the names left his tongue, Edward Carpenter and Havelock Ellis amongst them, left little doubt about which topic he wished to discuss, and his tone made me feel that he wouldn't be doing so with much discretion. Such an impetuous youth, barely 22, demanding an audience with some of the best minds of his generation, and insistent that he would become the greatest of their company. Parr explained to anyone who would listen that he was a writer whose plays, prose and poetry would eclipse even those of Shakespeare, and also an artist whose drawings and paintings would scandalise the Paris of Klimt and Courbet, let alone the London of Labouchere and the Marquis of Salisbury. Such things may be a little way ahead of him, the Yellow Book editor Elkin Matthews told me, but Parr had submitted a handful of poems for publication, and whilst Matthews had not seen them fit for print, he liked them, seeing the influence of Rabal in their youthful idealism, Mallarmé in their dense symbolism, and Huysmans in their sordid self-disgust. So he encouraged Parr to keep writing and to meet his contemporaries. He asked me to introduce him to Aubrey Beardsley, a young man of Parr's age, as well as the poets Ernest Dowson and Arthur Symons. Sure enough, Beardsley and Parr soon became close, but Parr was more interested in the sexual scientists than the artists. It took him some time to realise that these two worlds were not so separate, and rather longer to learn the need to be careful about which elements to bring into his work. Parr had already read everything that Oscar Wilde had published, and was soon introduced to his hero, via Beardsley, who'd illustrated Wilde's Salome, rather than the editors of the Yellow Book, which Wilde had dismissed as dull and loathsome. Intrepid, Parr quizzed Oscar extensively about his work on their very first meeting. Ashamed, perhaps, that his questions didn't prepare Wilde so well for court. Parr was pleased with himself for identifying what he said was a brilliant allusion in the importance of being earnest, which was then in its final rehearsals, to the trial of Ernest or Stella Bolton and Frederick Fanny Park. If Bolton is earnest, then he walks free, said Parr. If she's Stella, then she goes to jail, he declared to the guests at a dinner near the Yellow Book's offices in London. That the dandyish character Cecil Graham in Wilde's Lady Windermere's Fan took his name from the one that Bolton gave to the police on his arrest, said Parr, was proof that his theory about Wilde's play was correct, although Oscar, of course, was too shrewd to offer anything so vulgar as clarification. Within weeks, Parr had met the Yellow Book's leading lights, and it seemed inevitable that he would soon appear within its pages. He also met Carpenter and Ellis, who showed him a passage in the German sexologist Richard von Krafft-Ebing's Psychopathia Sexualis, about a woman with a morbid aversion to female attire, and who wanted nothing more than to live as her beloved's husband. Parr was excited by this, and by a scurrilous novel by Viscount Ladywood about a young man forced into cross-sex servitude by a house of ladies, although I seldom heard him talk about women except to discuss their clothing. when I read The Intermediate Sex by Edward Carpenter on its publication 6 years ago, there was one passage that struck me as a perfect description of Parr. It said, "A distinctly effeminate type, sentimental, lackadaisical, mincing in gait and manners, something of a chatterbox, skillful at the needle and in women's work, sometimes taking pleasure in dressing in women's clothes. His figure not unfrequently betraying a tendency towards the feminine, while his dressing room is orderly in the extreme, even natty, and choice of decoration and perfume. His affection, too, is often feminine in character, clinging, dependent, and jealous, as of one desiring to be loved almost more than to love." Parr spent as much time as he could with the scientists, and naturally soon offered to help with their research. There were many ways he could have done this, I'm sure, but he was determined that the best was to find people to attend a men-only fancy dress ball to be held at a secret location in London, and along the way introduce these guests to Carpenter and Ellis. Immediately, people tried to convince Parr of the folly of this. He was convinced, though, that his party could evade the law, and that even should it fail, that the defences of the past were protected in the present. At another Yellow Book dinner, he reminded everyone of the fact that Bolton and Park's argument that their female personas were extension of their theatrical roles won their freedom, while laughing at the very idea that the medical inspection that the Metropolitan Police performed on them could prove anything. Then he spoke at length about a ball held at the Temperance Hall in Hume in Manchester in September 1880. During his youth, he said, he'd known one of the participants. There'd been 50 people there, Parr told us. They'd made sure that nothing unnameable was visible, covering all the windows that could be seen into from the street or from neighbouring buildings, with entry allowed only by password, and they even hired a blind organist to play the can-can. "That didn't stop them getting raided, did it?" said Dowson dismissively. "Perhaps not," Parr replied, smiling. "But they put up a hell of a fight given their dress. I wouldn't be so complacent as to leave any window without blinds, no matter how hard it might be to peer through. Anyway, their lawyers said that to convict them for a vice so hateful that it could not be named amongst Christians would bring shame to all of Manchester. And of course the court couldn't have that, could it?" "You mean they got off?" asked Beardsley. £25 in fines," replied Parr, "and an order to be of good behaviour for a year." At this point, I wondered if Parr might be capable of good behaviour for a week, let alone a year, and given his lack of any occupation, a £25 fine would be ruinous. "They also had their names in all the newspapers," added Simons. "What happened to your friend after he handed over his money? Did he just become some ne'er-do-well?" "He moved from Salford to Fallowfield," said Parr, "and worked under an assumed name, but he seemed happy enough to me. Anyway, one is always allowed more freedom if one is a great artist." "You didn't hear about Luke Limner then," said John Lane. "They found him on the highway and made him stand in the dock in a ridiculous hat and high heels that he was wearing at the time. He said he was an artist, writing a book on female attire, and needed personal experience to treat the subject properly. They still fined him £5. "Perhaps," replied Parr, "they fined him for making such terrible work." But his face dropped as he saw that nobody was laughing. "Besides, £5 is nothing," he insisted. "We can cover that." "We?" asked John Lane. Walter Sickert broke the silence to ask about Edward Handler. "The police caught him in Bromley Street, dressed as a woman. The crowd were going to tear him to pieces. They thought he was the Ripper. He was lucky to get away with a £10 fine." "Look, whoever Jack was, it's over now," replied Parr. "And both of your subjects made the mistake of going out in public. I'd keep things behind closed doors." "Things have changed," replied Sickert. "That's no longer enough." Before Parr could answer, in walked Max Beerbohm. He broke the news that the Marquess of Queensberry, furious about Wilde's relationship with his son Alfred Douglas, or Bosley, had been barred from the opening night of The Importance of Being Earnest. Instead, he'd sought out Wilde at the Albemarle Club. On being refused entry, he left a card for Oscar Wilde, posing Sondermite. We did not yet know what this would mean, but shortly afterwards, Wilde had consulted a solicitor, and Queensberry was arrested for criminal libel. If Parr's fancy dress ball had been a bad idea before, it certainly was now. What little of the night was not spent discussing Wilde's wisdom in pursuing Queensberry through the courts was instead used on talking Parr out of his scheme. That effort, at least, was not wasted. He decided instead to pen a short story about just such an occasion, basing his work on what he'd heard about the ball at the Temperance Hall. He promised to write under a pseudonym, aware that publishing such a piece could still draw people to him, perhaps through an intermediary. In this way, he claimed, his work would help inverts and thus fulfil a similar function to that of Carpenter or Ellis. Even this idea met with considerable scepticism, but Parr went on with his manuscript anyway. 2 weeks later, he came back with 5,000 words, which began with a beautiful young man who planned to escape the disgust and detachment characterised by Descientes, the central character in Huysman's novel Against Nature, by organising a magnificent festival where men became women and women became men, first by adopting the clothing of the opposite sex, and then, through a fantastical process known only to occur in this sacred space, transforming their bodies for one heavenly night. He was much encouraged in this by Beardsley, whose fantastical romantic novel Under the Hill had a protagonist who wore silk stockings and garters, and whose escapades were severely curtailed when Lane eventually published the unfinished manuscript 10 years later. But Parr told anyone who would listen that his work was quite unique. And in this he was right. Lane and Matthews read his story and instantly feared a greater scandal than the one caused by the picture of Dorian Gray. Sounding more surprised than they probably should, given Parr's earlier declaration that his work would do just that. They said they could not possibly include it in the Yellow Book's pages, or at least not without him completely rewriting it. Furious, Parr asked the worth of editors who butcher their meat so badly that they can only ever serve offal. Their suggestion that he use their press to print and distribute it anonymously only enraged him further. He had not, he said, written some two-bit titillation like the sins of the cities of the plague. In France, he yelled, even a Philistine like Maurice Barrès would recognise his story as a work of genius, on a par with Maupassant and Mirbeau. They told him that their friends were advising Wilde against prosecuting Queensberry, and instead to move to Paris. Knowingly or not, Parr echoed Oscar's line about learning who one's true friends are at such moments. For my part, I thought Lane and Matthews were generous in telling him to tread carefully, and then making no excuses. Certainly, when I asked him about it the next day, Lane was far more forgiving than I might have been, saying only that similar arguments had occurred before with other authors, and doubtless would again. Meanwhile, Arthur, or Anthea as he had taken to calling himself, had become less focused on publishing his story and more intent on living it. I first met Anthea at a soirée on a spring evening in March 1895. I wondered if Parr had arrived so dressed as to make a point about our men-only policy, but then I remembered that, in all truth, our gatherings were always men-only, and the only difference tonight was that it had been made official. Perhaps then he'd done it to spite Lane and Matthews, but this was not a Yellow Book event, and they were not in attendance. No, Parr was now referring to himself as an invert, explaining the concept as Carpenter and Ellis had outlined it, and demanding that we refer to himself by his new name. This felt like a huge step, but within reach, as Parr looked resplendent, with her hair twisted into a coil atop her head, in rouge and deep red lipstick. I guessed that her gown had come from Paris, with its low neck and high sleeves, sky blue decorated with lace, the absolute epitome of the Belle Epoque. Parr had set herself against her publisher and apart from her contemporaries. The nervousness about the presence of a latter-day Stella Bolton was palpable. At first, the only person willing to entertain her was Carpenter, despite his off-stated discomfort around the more effeminate creatures who came his way. I saw them in a corner, ensconced in dialogue. At one point, Carpenter took Parr's hands and started to implore her. Perhaps he was telling her about Alfred Taylor and Arthur Marling's recent arrest for wearing female attire to John Watson Preston's club at 46 Fitzroy Street, and the likelihood of them being monitored by the police forever after. Years later, when I read Carpenter's passage in The Intermediate Sex about the Criminal Law Amendment Act and its cruel censorship over private morals, my mind retracted to that night. Later, I saw Parr dance with Beardsley and Dowson, and with a fair few watching suitors, not least Sickert, whose gaze was contemptuous. Anthea spoke so delicately, moved so freely, and danced so gracefully that I almost forgot not just our anxieties about Oscar, who was about to abandon his case against Queensberry rather than call Bosie as a witness, but also that as far as we were concerned, this was Anthea's first night in the world. At that point, I felt Parr might do as well to abandon writing and take up female impersonation. Word had reached us that after being acquitted in 1871, Stella had moved to the United States and launched a new career in New York as Ernest Bynum. To the thrill of Parr and everyone else present, Beardsley had acquired a magnificent photograph, again by Napoleon Cerrone, which showed Bynum as a high society lady in a beautiful hat and frock coat. Inspired, Parr asked how she might contact Stella, and I began to think that having him out of London and out of the United Kingdom might be best for everyone. Soon, we were all assured that Anthea's future lay in impersonation, if not on the stage, because she still seemed too coarse for a role by Ibsen or Shaw, let alone Marlowe or Shakespeare, then at least in the musical. Perhaps trying to rid our party of her, men lined up to tell Anthea of friends in the theatre, actors, directors, impresarios who could help. Within days, Parr had arranged meetings and talked beforehand of stage routines, jokes to tell, and songs to sing. He returned from each encounter empty-handed, however, as Wilde's libel suit collapsed and he and Alfred Taylor, who, it turned out, had owned a male brothel, were charged under the Criminal Law Amendment Act and taken to Holloway Prison. Parr found no theatre willing to associate itself with an invert, even if he drafted in his mother to explain that his masquerade was just a harmless game that had persisted since childhood, as Stella Bolton had done in court. A move to Paris or New York looked like the best solution, and we soon met to discuss it. Parr, as we all knew by now, was not built for life's practicalities, and the necessary work to move across an ocean was beyond him. He could find money for a ball gown to be worn once in a lifetime, but not even for a third-class travel ticket. He could impress himself upon London literary circles with seemingly no effort at all, but the idea of meeting new people in a new country apparently petrified him. Nobody was willing to lend money to someone so obviously unlikely to repay it, even if he remained in our city. And as the final trial of Wilde and Taylor began, few of us felt able to concentrate on Parr, who miraculously had not yet attracted such nefarious attention. Indeed, Lane and Matthew's principal concern was in dissociating themselves from Oscar. Given Wilde's off-stated disdain for their publication, they particularly resented the reports that Wilde had carried a copy on his arrest, when his yellow book had actually been a French edition of Pierre Louis's Aphrodite, which, like most of the French literature that Wilde enjoyed, was published with an unassuming yellow cover. Parr was livid when they sacked Beardsley as the Yellow Book's art editor and destroyed and removed his drawings from the April 1895 issue, even though they only did it after literary figures publicly criticised them and their office windows were smashed. He was even angrier when they returned Parr's manuscript, insisting that they could never claim knowledge of it in court and advising that he destroy every copy. This suggestion, and the impossibility of relocation, only seemed to spur Parr further along a dangerous path, despite the revelation that the police had found plenty of women's clothing at Alfred Taylor's rooms on Little College Street, which would likely be used as evidence against him and Wilde. Once again, Parr was unperturbed. The discovery of a house on Wakefield Street, where Bolton and Park had stored their theatrical inventory, had not served to convict them, and this news would not prevent him from organising the party of his dreams. I urged Edward Carpenter, who seemed like the only person now to whom Parr might listen, to step in. But really, what more could he say? Parr's mind was made up, and the best option for everyone else was to shield themselves from the inevitable explosion. Lane gave him strict instructions not to associate any of his activity with the Yellow Book. In any case, by now, many of the Yellow Book contributors were scathing. Max Beerbohm's suggestion was especially harsh. How are you going to find your attendees, he asked, by putting an advertisement in the Times? By now, Parr was practically alone, with just the increasingly tubercular Beatty for moral support. Several people whom Parr hoped could help were involved with the trial, and I counselled him to stay away from them. He particularly wanted to track down John Watson Preston, even after learning that Preston dabbled in blackmail, and seemed unconcerned that the police might still be monitoring Preston's Fitzroy Street premises. He did eventually arrange a private encounter with Preston, who thought his plans unwise, but nevertheless put him in touch with John Severs, a tobacconist's assistant who'd lost his income after appearing in court in female attire for his part in the previous year's ball, but like the other defendants had escaped jail. Severs did not want to attend. A second arrest and court hearing might not end so well, but he knew a few people who would, who also knew a few others who would. Before long, Parr had a small circle of co-conspirators and now had to find a venue. One of the group had a family friend who ran a hotel in Aldgate. They wouldn't disclose their real purpose, they agreed, but they would tell the proprietor that they were holding a party after a wedding. As it transpired, this contained a glint of truth. Otherwise, Parr applied all his learning from the Temperance Hall. Entry would be allowed only by password, using the same one that the Manchester boy had used, Sister, and the pianist, recommended by Severs, would be a man of impaired sight. Unlike his predecessors in Manchester, Parr ensured that every window was covered and that they had an obvious escape plan to be explained to everyone who gave the password. They had a code word for a raid, which was Cromwell. If it were yelled, they would leave via the fire exit, race down the spiral staircase and head east. Parr had wanted to make illustrated invites, but Beatty was too busy and worried about making himself ill. But he would at least attend and might incorporate certain scenes into future works. Having listened to all of this, I had to admit my curiosity. The Yellow Book organised a dinner in Bloomsbury for the same night, doubtless to give themselves an alibi if Parr and his cohort ended up on trial. I chose to go to the ball, despite hearing via a friend that Taylor had been cross-examined in court that morning about having a woman's dress, wig and stockings in his rooms, his presence at Fitzroy Street and his lack of occupation, but mostly his interest in young men. I had no desire to wear female attire, then or at any other time, but I wanted to see how close Parr's reality came to his fantasy. The Cumberland Hotel could never live up to the distant, starlit claims of Parr's story, and in truth, nor could most of the attendees. There were about 25, an impressive number, given the understandable reticence of the people Parr invited, although their costumes proved a huge letdown. There were just a handful of people in female attire, the ladies outnumbered by more than 2 to 1, with potential suitors further disappointed as 2 of the ladies only danced with each other. Most were not convincing because they were either too tall or too broad, or dressed in a fashion 50 years past, in corsets that did little to hide their girth. In one case, sporting lipstick and rouge around a thick brown beard and moustache, which, she said, my wife will not let me shave. A couple, however, may have kept up their deception for long enough to have some genuine larks. And Parr, of course, spared no expense in making himself a work of art, and in truth was never in danger of being upstaged. he purchased a new dress with even higher sleeves and an even lower neck, adorned with roses, worn with silk gloves and stockings. Quite where he found it, let alone paid for it, remains a mystery. Anthea was the last attendee to enter, to applause, whistles, and Wagner's bridal chorus. One gentleman, unfamiliar to me, threw a bouquet at her feet and took her hand. After much revelry, the music stopped. The guests began to cheer and clap, and a man in a suit walked onto the floor to tell everyone that we had gathered tonight to celebrate the holy matrimony between Miss Anthea Parr and Cromwell! One attendee must have been an informer, and may have spent the night noting the names and faces of his fellow guests. It may even have been somebody associated with the Yellow Book, although I hope not. Later, we learned that the Manchester revellers had borrowed Sister from previous balls, which allowed the police to guess the password and gain entrance to the temperance hall, and made it even more reckless for Parr to use it. But then again, maybe no one had told her that. In any case, I, sensibly if not courageously, had spent much of my evening by the fire escape. I hurried down the stairs, not looking back as I ran all the way to the London hospital. I saw Beardsley struggling after me. I sometimes wonder how many years those few seconds took off his life, but he did escape that night, down Layman Street, and then to who knows where. But as the picture of Dorian Gray had led us to expect, the police would not follow us into the depths of Whitechapel. Parr, in her corset and long silk train, was not so nimble nor so lucky. At Marlborough Street, Parr was charged on remand with being idle and disorderly in Aldgate, and with being in female attire for the purpose of inciting acts of gross indecency under the Criminal Law Amendment Act. Privately, we held great discussion about whether Carpenter or Ellis should testify in Parr's favour, or at least plead for clemency, and how they might do this without bringing literary London into further disrepute. Fortunately, Beardsley had not been identified as one of the attendees. Parr went to the dock still wearing his gown, his corset and train removed, his hair now far from perfect, lipstick barely visible, and unshaved facial hair sprouting. He was a sorry sight, as the court took great pleasure in pointing out. They also laughed at his accent, which veered between his native Mancunian, which he had hoped that the court might not trouble itself with a northern vagabond, and with the affectations of our crowd, as he struggled to convince the court of his good character. This fooled nobody, as the wealthier patrons, of whom the police had managed to apprehend just 6, had all agreed that Parr had been solely responsible for the party's organisation, and that Parr had tricked them into coming. The pianist in the witness box affirmed this. Parr trembled as the prosecuting lawyer, Dr. Wynyard, cross-examined him about who the patrons were for his ball, how he found them, and whether he had organised such a thing before. He denied the latter, which sounded plausible because it was true, but then Wynyard produced a wad of papers passed on by the police after they'd searched Parr's room for women's clothing, and which I instantly recognised as enough to condemn him. Asked if he was a writer, Parr replied balefully that he had no occupation and lived off money from his father's cotton mill in Ancoats in Manchester. Asked if he wrote, Parr hesitated and then said, "I dabble." Shorn of his previous swagger, he did not talk as the lawyer read long extracts from his unpublished and unpublishable manuscript. The scenes of drunken jubilation when the men transformed into women and submitted to the women who temporarily became men drew gasps from the jury. Wynyard's question about whether there existed a periodical in the land who might even consider publishing such obscenity drew only silence from Parr. Then came an attendee, Eric Broughton, who'd agreed to testify against Parr. When Wynyard read the scene from Parr's story about a wedding between 2 men, Broughton detailed the ceremony at the Cumberland Hotel, where Anthea had given her hand to Lord Rawlinson Page, a 52-year-old former general and aristocrat who had recently inherited a fortune, and whom Parr had hoped would provide financial support. Rawlinson Page had escaped on the night and immediately sailed to France, where he could not be traced. Broughton knew nothing else of their relationship, and given Parr's propensity to boast about almost everything, I was surprised that I'd never heard about it, and neither had any of our other associates. Unlike in the trial of Wilde and Taylor, there were no young men brought to the stand, to my relief. Parr's lawyer tried to argue that while he should have known better, being highly intelligent and clearly of great imagination, his actions were not indecent but youthful folly, which he would surely not repeat after this public humiliation. Parr had an interest in the theatre, they said, especially Shakespeare, which was unusual for someone of his background, and it was this that had animated him, and nothing more sinister. For his story, however, they struggled to account, making a more general argument about the dangers of criminalising art, which was met with a counter-argument about the dangers of popularising smut. They concluded by appealing to the jury to consider the reputation of London, which they called the jewel of the empire, and not to blemish it by convicting their client of an offence for which there was little proof. By this powerful speech, I was greatly moved. The judge, Goodhart, held firm. Too many such cases had reached court for them to turn a blind eye, he said, especially with legislation made to stamp out the despicable vice that threatened to overwhelm the City of London. He mentioned Wilde and Taylor, both convicted in a recent session, and remarked that decent men should no more tolerate such depravity, and most certainly should not let it pass under the guise of theatre, literature, or art. Those who attended the ball in male clothing were fined £5 and warned to be of good behaviour for 3 months. Those in female attire were fined 20 and warned to be of good behaviour for a year. That just left Parr. The leniency of the preceding sentences, coupled with the severity of the judge's remarks, made me anxious that he was going to be singled out, and so it proved. The manuscript and the wedding ceremony were enough for 2 years' penal servitude with hard labour, and he was taken to Pentonville Prison, where they apparently had strict orders to keep him away from Wilde and Taylor. In any case, Wilde was soon moved to Reading. Staying in touch with anyone convicted under the Criminal Law Amendment Act was risky, and none of the Yellow Book contributors did. Just before Parr's release, Beardsley, the only one who had maintained even sporadic contact, converted to Catholicism, renounced his drawings and writings, and moved to the French Riviera in the hope of halting his physical deterioration. This proved unsuccessful, and Beardsley died in March 1898, aged 26. Parr was broken by his time in jail, during which, unlike Oscar, he wrote nothing, and he did not even achieve his hero's infamy. The judge may have had no reservations about staining the national character, but the newspapers did, feeling that the Wilde scandal had caused the country damage enough and providing minimal coverage. I'd spent several sleepless nights thinking about whether to describe the proceedings from my position in the public gallery in a piece of writing for a newspaper or elsewhere, wondering if Parr would even want the notoriety of national coverage. I never asked him, though. None of our acquaintances, tainted already by Wilde and Taylor, wanted that sort of fame, and I decided that if Parr had a Ballad of Reading Gaol or De Profundis in him, he could better write it himself. He never did. After his release, Parr, who was still only 27, needed a long rest and a change of location. 3 years too late, we finally managed to get him on a boat to New York, on a one-way, third-class ticket, using money provided by the Bodley Head, publishers of the Yellow Book. I never heard from him again, and dared to imagine that, like Stella Bolton or Ernest Barney, he had successfully reinvented himself on the American stage, until a telegram arrived at John Lane's desk 4 years later, telling us that instead he had gone the way of Aubrey Beardsley and Oscar Wilde, but with nothing so great as Salome to show for it.